Good morning, everyone. Starting just a little bit early just to test the audio and get a few things set up. And then we'll get underway on this flight down to Majorca. And I'll see you in a moment. Shall we get started a little bit early? Apologies to those who are sticking to the schedule, but you know, us here at Jet2, we like on-time departures, early departures if possible. So yeah, let's make a start. We are here at Newcastle International Airport in the northeast of England. Not a lot of traffic this morning, which is unrealistic, because right now we're in peak holiday season and Newcastle is crammed full of aircraft just like this. So 737s, Airbus A320s, and those families of aircraft. This 737, I'm going to be dizzy doing that, sorry. Let me turn off this boarding sign, there we go. So this model, 737-800, is the level up 737-800. Very, very recently released. This is an upgraded V2 level up 737, completely free. Anyone who's watched any of my videos in the past knows that I hate spending money on anything. I will spend a little bit of cash on aircraft models in X-Plane. I think probably the most expensive one I bought was probably either the Flight Factor A350 when that came out. It's a little disappointing. It's a nice model. It's very detailed. Lots of things don't work in it, and there's a few things that just don't work. And it hasn't really been maintained. That was the. I don't mind buying a model and developers continuing to develop it and release updates, but the updates just didn't come, and I think it was over £100. So that was it. I do still like flying that occasionally, but it feels more like an arcade game. And I think Airbuses tend to feel a bit arcadey because the computers are doing so much for you anyhow, but this felt extra arcadey. The other one that I bought was a Tolus A320, which is sublime. It's probably the best model across any flight sim you can buy, and it's just beautiful. Now this is completely free. The Level Up team, I think it's the Threshold team behind this, The version 1 was incredible. It was built on the Zibo 737, which was a huge. The Zibo basically took the default 737NX plane, did a load of development work, and released their Zibo 737 with loads of system upgrades and loads of realism upgrades as well. It was just fantastic. Level Up took that one step further, and then this is the Level Up V2. So as you can imagine, this has gone through yet another stage of improvement. Model looks great. I have never flown this before. This is legitimately the first time I will fly this model. But I've flown the Level Up V1. I'm hoping the flight dynamics aren't too different. I've got my Zytec yoke system all ready to go, so can you hear that? It's just a little bit of, yeah, that's the wheel turning, the yoke turning. So, yeah, this is as realistic as I can get it in the flight sim. I've got rudder paddles, I've got a separate throttle quadrant, it's all ready to go. Gotta have hobbies, right? Gotta have hobbies. So, yeah, so this is the model. We've got these fancy winglets where you've got the up and the down split. They're called split scimitar wings. This model's very, very nice. You can see you've got the exhaust for the APU, the auxiliary power unit, in the back here. Oh, it just glows in the sun. Look at that. Love the reflections. Downloaded this, excuse me, downloaded this livery last night. Looks absolutely spot on. And you can even see, you know, the heat tarnishing the metal here. Look at all these rivets. The detail on this is absolutely amazing. The spinner. See inside the cabin as well. You can see the red and grey seats. You can see the metal wings reflecting the cabin. Yeah. This is very nice. Very, very nice model. If you've ever boarded from the rear steps, that will be a familiar sight. So we're flying Golf Delta Romeo Tango Alpha today. Dirta. I think I've flown this aircraft before in real life. So yeah, let's jump inside. And like I say, I've not flown this, I've just downloaded it, so we're going to figure out how to use this together. Now what's interesting is, I think you always start with ground power available. But if I go to ground services, the ground power unit is not even connected. So we'll just connect that just for realism, and then we'll start the air starter unit as well. Open some doors. Hear those doors opening. So we'll board from the front and the rear, right front. We're not going to board. We're not going to load. Open those. Open some cargo doors. Not going to open the overwing exits. If we hop, we can hear the air start unit outside. It's quite loud. But yeah, our doors are open. Now I thought that in the latest version of X-Plane they were going to make these jetways come to the doors, but I guess not. Probably need to get what's it called, GSX Ground Services Extreme, where you'll get the steps and you get people coming in and walking up the steps. I probably need to get that just for enhanced realism, but this is looking good. Let's have a quick look on the other side for our cargo doors. Yep. Rear cargo door, front cargo door. It's a nice model. And there's the roof of the airport. So we will just hop inside, and what we can do here... Oh, actually, I was just going to shut the door here because it will reduce the noise. But let's, if I can remember which buttons to press, not that way, here we go. Let's have a look around the cabin. So, you can see the not quite attached jetway, the front galley. This looks very uniform. It's great to hear the sounds disappear as you head to the back. And we're going to turn on the APU shortly, so it means we don't want to go outside too much with the APU on because it makes a right racket. But yeah, if you took a seat here, you can look out over the wing. You can see it flexing in the turbulence. Let's go and have a quick look at the rear. galley, 2 toilets at the back. And you can have a peek outside. Huge tail. So this is in the Jet2 Holidays livery. Jet2 has got 2 businesses, Jet2 Holidays and I guess Jet2. But my understanding is they just interchange or swap out the aircraft as needed. No seatback TVs in Jet2. Try and save money that way. I wouldn't say it's a budget airline. It's actually, compared to your Ryanairs and your EasyJet, it's actually quite expensive, but service is good, aircraft are good, and yeah, very reliable. So what I've done there is I've just turned on the ground power so we know it's attached, so we can start using it. Let's go into here. Do some quick configuration. So what variant are we? So we want the split scimitar winglets, which I don't believe Jet2 have them, so we'll switch to the blended. Air stairs, yes. Oh, I think that's... I'll show you that in a moment. Satcom, doesn't have the Satcom. We'll do halogen landing lights. We don't pulse. We don't have the eyebrows, so what you used to get on the earlier 737s was sort of filled in now, but these used to be open, or have windows in them rather, which you can probably do if I change that to eyebrows. There we go. So that used to have extra windows in for better visibility, so you can see what's above you. But again, for maximum realism, we don't have that on the Jet2s. Let's turn down that background noise a little bit. You know what PIP is? What's PIP? If I turn that on, no idea. Change that to no. System. HUD for captain. Oh, that'd be nice. Head-up display. But again, I don't believe I can figure out how to lower this. Don't think Jet2 have invested in the HUDs. Okay. Aspirated temperature. Probe heat switches. Auto? No. Engine start auto? No. RAS, which is your runway approach alerting system. So when we get near the runway, it'll say runway 25 or runway 07. Not sure that Jet2 has invested in that, so we'll say off. Multi-mode receiver, no. MMR backlight, don't know what that is. Com radio decimal digits 3, so we want full 8.33 kilohertz granularity on the radios. Flight deck camera. Ooh, yes. Figure that out later. It's a bit of fun. Pressurization panel digital. ILS, glide slope enunciates. No, no smoking. Ah, so yeah, no smoking can either be yes, no, or chime. So because we don't allow smoking on aircraft anymore, what you see here, it's just got chime only next to fasten seatbelts. So when you pull that down, should go bing, but it's not. Okay. So what happens is when you get near the runway to take off, the captain and the co-pilots will go bing bong on the chimes. Then it tells all the flight attendants to sit down. Analog standby gauges, no. So we've got digital standby gauges here in case we get a system failure of our primary flight display and navigation display on both sides. You can have a significant amount of failures on here and still be able to safely operate the aircraft from the other side. I don't mean after you've died, I mean from the other side of the aircraft. Yaw damper gauge, no. MCP speed intervention button, yes. MCP altitude intervention button. So we've got altitude intervention there, speed intervention there. So you can intervene with what the autopilot is doing. MCP panel up here. So you've got the Collins, which I'm quite used to on the 737s, or we're going to have the Honeywell, which is very different, and it's different, so I don't like it. So we'll leave it in the Collins. RMI, got the RMI indicator there. Fuel cutoff is levers, so you can see these levers go up and down there, that's the fuel cutoff. Or you can switch it to switches, which is the little round knobby things there. I don't like them, they just feel very easy to turn off. Clock variant, ooh, this is exciting stuff. Where's my clock? So I've got the digital clock there, or I've got a very similar clock there. Let's stay with one. Hydraulic compensator cartridge, don't know what that is. Center fuel pump auto shutdown, no, I want to turn that off myself. Aircraft switch colour, or air conditioning switch colour. It's white. Okay. Cabin ready light, no. Oh, actually, so the cabin ready light is usually down here. Maybe in that panel there? Cabin ready light, yes. No, so it will be down here. Somewhere. And when the cabin is all secured and we're ready to take off, and we're very close to that panel, we get a little light somewhere. Usually it's down here. And it's from the olden days when the cabin crew used to come in and give you a little ticket to keep in the cockpit to say that the cabin was secure. But okay, flight deck call light, no. PA in use light, yeah, let's turn that on. So that system display, chrono digital seconds, yes. NPS, don't know what that is. So we've got angle of attack, RA, no idea. I guess once we get these systems turned on, let's do that now. Start getting some of these systems turned on. So start at the top left hand corner up here. We've got the external power, but the first thing that we need to do is actually turn on our battery. So we'll turn that on here and then close the guard. And then we go up here to our IRSs. These take a little bit of time, so we'll get these turning. We'll turn on the service interphone just while we're here. Check the cabin oxygen. Yeah, that's okay. Probably can't turn on the yaw damper yet. I don't know why that's allowing me to do that when the IRSs haven't fully spun up, but there we go. Maybe it's on fast setup. We've got an annunciator ding dong there, so we'll have a look, see what that is. Fuel temperature is about 14 degrees, which is probably correct for the outside air temperature. We've got fuel pumps, so unlike the Airbus, I tend not to turn these on before we have before we want to start the engines. Even though I'll be turning the APU on shortly, and I believe the APU comes from the left tank. Should we turn those on now? Let's just turn them all on. Otherwise I will forget. So we've got no fuel in the center tank right now, which is why it's in low pressure. So we can turn on the APU at this point here. So we want to get off external power. So you'll start to see the EGT, the exhaust gas temperature for the APU. So that's just saying low oil pressure just while it's starting to spin. See, it's just starting to twitch a little bit. That's quite a nice feature. The exhaust gas temperature will start to rise as the APU comes to life. We should be able to go into maybe I've just been flying Airbuses too long. So yeah, you can see the EGT starting to climb. I thought you had some EGT indication down on these screens here, but you don't. Very slowly starting to climb. Usually that's a bit faster, but I guess this is quite realistic. And when that peaks and then drops again, we will get a blue light here, which will say APU available. And that means we can then turn off the ground power, and we can disconnect the ground power unit and the air start unit and be fully self-sufficient. So we can just be fully working under our own power. It's starting to go down, so it'll stabilize, and then that blue light will come on. There we go. APU generator off bus right now, and now it's on the bus. So we are now being powered by the APU. I can turn off the ground power, and if I slide over to the air systems here, so we've got duct pressure from the external air start unit, but I can now turn on the APU. That should increase. Hang on, go put those into auto. So that's the passenger air conditioning kits on both sides, the packs. So we've got dual bleed, which means that we've got two sources of air. What we need to do here is go back down to our screen. Oh yes, I was going to quickly show you the angle of attack meter, but I guess we don't currently have that shown because the IRSs are still aligning. So if we go, so let's say an enter IRS position, nav data's out of date. I don't think it is actually, not that much. From April, if we go to position initialization, so it's asking for the IRS position. We go to the next page, you can pull the current GPS location, which is our most accurate source. Go back a page and just drop that into there. And that will align the IRSs on the align it with the GPS location. So right now the aircraft knows where it is, and we've got inertial reference systems that are saying, right, I know where I'm starting from. Any movement of the aircraft will then allow the computers to figure out where we are, even without GPS. So you've now got a PFD, primary flight display, fully working. That, oh, hang on. I've made a huge error here. I've been pointing at things, and I didn't have my cursor switched on. Here we go. So you can see this little circle up here. This is the angle of attack vane. So it's got a little, almost like a little wing that sticks out the side of the cockpit, and that tells the pilot what the angle of attack is. So you don't want to exceed the angle of attack, because that's when the aircraft will stall, which is not fun. So we'll come back to all that. So we've got, how much fuel have we got? We've got just under 12 tons of fuel on board. We will put the right amount of fuel in here shortly. Just check. Fasten seatbelt is currently off, which is correct. So the different angle of attacks you can get are, you can just get an RA, which doesn't have anything. Circular RA? Don't know. I prefer that one because it gives you a nice analog indication of what's going on. Navigation display, track is up or heading is up. I prefer heading up. Do I? No, I prefer track up. And that means that the little triangle is where the nose is pointing, and the top, but that can move around depending on the wind, so the nose can be pointing into the wind, and we'll be tracking along the ground in a different direction. How's that noise for everyone? Let me just have a quick check. Just check the noise. Oh, okay. Turn off the wrong one. Anyway, so yeah, I got to hear my own voice there, which is awful. Um, so where were we? So PFD VREF flaps minus speed, is that? ND VOR radial course, ND distance rings, yes. TCAS dotted range, yes. Fuel gauge, so you can either have side by side or over under. So you can see here we've got side by side, or we can have it like this, which looks to me more like side by side. So left tank, right tank, and then one in the middle. I personally just prefer this because I think it's much more, again, analog, and just makes it clear on what full is rather than just a static number. Fuel flow on ICAS, so we do have fuel flow there. What does that mean? Fuel flow on ICAS. Oh, okay, so it can be displayed in both places. No, I don't think that's adding anything for us today. LDU flight control, don't know what that is. LDU brake temperature, whatever. Ground speed on PFD, I do quite like that. So you got a ground display, a ground speed display on the PFD as well. Oh yeah, bottom left. No, let's not have that. I'm used to seeing it only on the nav display. On the ND, engine oil quantity is in quarts. ND airport filter minimum. Oh yeah, so you can filter the airports that are shown by the minimum runway length. I'll just ignore that for now. Missed approach, dashed cyan, yeah that works. ICAS N1 double D rate. It's fine, single queue, flight director. So if we turn the flight directors, here, it's a single queue. Should we not get, I don't know. I guess that means double queue, so we should get the vertical bars and the horizontal bars. Okay, that's fine. Flight management system, CDU, MCDU, route 2, yes. Init ref button smart, no, I want to do everything myself. IRS position entry, messenger line, no. Factory climb thrust, 1500. Restore thrust 300, cut back 800, factory acceleration 1000. GW entry inhibit. Don't know what. I mean, GW to me is gross weight. Gross weight entry inhibit. No. Okay. Plan fuel installed. Yes. VNav wake up idle speed. Yes, that works. FMC beep sound. We may come and turn that off because I hate beeps when you press buttons. Approach ref second page. Nope. VNav barometric temperature compensation. Nope. Additional fixed pages. Oh, I do like a good fixed page. We'll definitely use that during the flight. RNP required navigational performance is 0.5. We can go as low as 0.3, but we may get an alert. Factory DME update is arms distance measuring equipment. CMU, don't know what that is. Mark II Plus sounds really good. Let's stay with that. Online network is VATSIM today. Metar source is. Ooh, Metar source. Which do I prefer? SIM. Let's stay with a SIM. CPDLC is. Don't know. Auto flight. Take off roll mode wing level. Go around roll mode wing level. VNav installed. Common, yes. VNav alt, yes. Approach LNav arm, no. Ian's not installed. Oh, he is. We've got Ian on board, everyone. It's fine. Auto land fail, so you can have passive failure or operational failure. So we'll keep it operational. LPV approach. That's the is that path vector? I guess so. Approach capability. Can't select that. Capture glide slope before localizer. No. So that's realistic. You shouldn't. Well, you can, I guess, capture it. You can certainly do it manually at least. But this is going to inhibit us from capturing the glide slope before we're established on the localizer. which we'll leave that off, and that's going to make us better pilots. What call-outs do we have? Ooh, British. Good. So we're not going to get the 5-foot call-out. We get all of these. We're not going to get 60 foot, but we are going to get 100 foot. I am concerned about my landing, my ability to land this aircraft. I'm not going to lie. I've not got a good record of landing 737s. These are just call-outs. We're going to get minimums. Approach minimums, call-out on minimums. Ooh. Let's do decision height instead, because I think that's a bit more realistic. Radio altitude, radio altimeter call-out is going to be 2,500 feet. And our 500 to 1,000 feet source is going to be a radio altimeter, not the barometric, which means that it's using a signal bouncing from the bottom of the aircraft back up to give us our radio altitude. It's going to be more reliable than the barometric one. Placards, we're not going to use any placards, so this is just like little notes in the cockpit telling us where things are. So I think so Cat 3 placard. There we go. So we've got the Cat 3 placard there, and we can switch between them. So Cat 3 is just the different. I'll leave it on that. So it's Cat 3A capable. Brakes placard. Don't really want the brakes to be placarded. You normally do that. You normally stick a little post-it note. Well, something a bit more sticky than a post-it note. Other sticky notes are available, but you just stick it over something if it's broken, like inoperable, or you just put a note in somewhere saying this is just something you need to bear in mind. Fuel pumps placarded. Don't see a placard. Anyhow, so we've got all this set up. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to... Oh no, going to here. Nose wheel axis is going to be our yaw, which is going to be our rudder pedals. Throttle noise lock off, park brake, remove chocks. Oh yeah, I like that. On. Auto throttle engaged, lock throttle off. Sync hardware throttle, yes. Only virtual yoke, no. Yoke auto center on. Brunner hardware, don't know what that is. Smart autopilot mode control panel knobs. Smart knobs. I don't really want. No, let me fly the plane. XHSI, don't know what that is. CFY, don't know. Jetway power. Ooh, nice. Guarded covers always open. Nope. Because we like to guard our battery. External payload? What's that, like missiles? Leave that off for now. Electronic flight bag, use external SWS stairs, no. Yoke input advanced, ooh, nice. Just leave that as yes. Realism, align time short, yeah, so this is why we got the request to do the GPS location fairly quickly. Refuel time is going to be short as well. Packs boarding short, cargo loading time short, catering time. So this is all just about how realistic do you want this to be. We're not going to pause at top of descent. I don't know why that's even an option. Tyre blown advanced, so I'm going to be very careful on landing so I don't blow a tyre. If I move the yoke when the autopilot is on, it's going to switch into control wheel steering, which means that the aircraft controls everything and I just control the roll effectively. My preference is actually for to disconnect the autopilot, so you get the alarm and everything like that. But control wheel steer is probably the safest. Parking brake set simply, so you just click the button and it's on. Reel takes a few seconds. Flight management computer input lag off. Autopilot yoke control tolerance, real. Autosave, no. Maximum random failures, 1. Okay, let's see if we get a failure. Pause after load flight, no. Was that general config. This is probably useful to us. So we're using hectopascals because we're in Europe. We're going to use pounds. We're going to use the radio for our minimums. Yes, we're going to hide the yoke. Chocks on startup, yes. Cold and dark is where we've come from. Ground power cable auto. Ground power cable off. So that maybe that's why it was on automatically. Flight plan save format. We're going to do FMS. Checklist is going to be simple. Sync pilot QNH to the captain to save me a job. Sync pilot standby. Headset comm radio. Captain hide cockpit seats. No. Built-in ground services. No. Create custom nav data. Off. Packs stuff. Mute trim wheel off. Mute FMC off. Mute switches off. Calibration. Looks scary. Just say that that's all okay. And then if I go to save and load configs, quick save all configs, then we should be good to go. So we'll turn off the GPU, we'll turn off the ASU, so you'll hear that duct pressure decrease slightly. Get some of these doors closed as well because it's quite loud here. Should start to hear that sound from outside decrease. That's all good. So start flight leg. Not really sure what that does. Okay, let's hop over to our flight plan today. So we are going to go to that screen. There we go, perfect. And the Best Director award goes to. So here we are Chanex 531 today, from Newcastle down to Palma de Majorca. Our alternate today is to fly back up to Barcelona. We're a 737-800, the 24th of August. Departure time is 8:30 UTC. What is our time right now? So we've got 10 minutes to take off. That's probably not going to happen. Arrival 11:30. Air time is 2:32. Block time is 3 hours. Flying at 35,000 feet. Cost index is 54. Route is just under 1,000 miles. Average wind component is from the from the southwest at 40 knots. So we'll see a decrease of 2.7% over the whole route. I think that's what that means. ISA deviation positive 0.4, which means it's going to be warmer by 4 degrees over the flight. The AirAC cycle we're using is May 2026. We're going to use the Lido flight plan format using pounds, which aligns with what we've just set up. I want the nav log. We are not flying ETOPS today. En route fuel burn is going to be 15 tons, effectively 155 passengers. Empty weight 92 tons. Estimated zero fuel weight 127.5. Estimated takeoff weight 150 tons today. Estimated landing weight 135 tons. Block fuel we're going to need 22 tons. So we're going to burn 15 and we're going to take 22, so we'll have 7 tons for contingency and also if we need to get back to Barcelona. Payload today, including self-loading freight, is going to be 35 tons. When I say self-loading freight, I mean people. Max zero fuel weight of the aircraft is 138 tons, so we're well within our within our maximum zero fuel weight. Maximum takeoff weight is about 25 tons under, which is fine. This is not a particularly stressful flight for the aircraft. Max landing weight 146 tons. We'll be landing with 134. Our route today, taking off from runway 07, so it's a short takeoff. Going to the Gurley 1 Tango departure to Gurley on the Papa 18 airway, which I think I can show you on here. So we're going to take off on runway 07 towards the coast, turn right, head down to Gurley, just over Crook, and then we're going to start heading down the Papa 18 airway to Gasco, and then we'll join the Papa 16 to Ribble, then to Crofts, and then we'll join the Upper Lima 612 down to Honolly, just down here, just near Coventry. Then we'll join the Upper November 859 to Soppel. Where's Soppel? Is that over the... don't know where Soppel is. Anyway, keep going down through France, down the middle of France, over Barcelona, so we can have a look, see what the weather's like over Barcelona in case we do need to divert, and then we will come down to Mallorca. Now what I expect in Mallorca, this is just going straight from POS here to Lepa. What I think we'll do instead is we'll make a turn over the mountains. You see Sola there where the nice prawns come from, the shrimps. We're going to go over here, down, and then we'll turn in to land on the runways from over the sea. So that's going to be a nice arrival over the mountains, left turn down into Mallorca. So I've got the flight plan here. So this is all set up. So what's our CI? 54, just under 1,000 miles. Okay, so let's get back to our aircraft. Fuel and weight, so we're going to call the fuel truck. Our payload today is going to be, payload total is going to be £35,000, and our fuel today is going to be 22,500, I think it was, which gives us takeoff centre of gravity of 19.3 and a zero fuel weight of 130. I think that's slightly shy of what it should be, but I think it's using a different different model. So max takeoff weight is up there, our takeoff weight is here, max zero fuel weight is there, our zero fuel weight is there. Original equipment weight is down there. No, sorry, original empty weight is down there. So, zero fuel weight 130, fuel 22.5, 19.3. So we need to get this all set up in here. Go to the init ref. Our gross weight for takeoff is going to be takeoff weight 152. 152. Cruise altitude today is going to be 350. The reserves today will be 7. Cost index will be 54. N1 limit. Oh, hang on, if we go back. Trans altitude is 6,000 feet. Execute that for now. N1 limit. We are going to use the full £26,000 thrust for takeoff, but we're going to use a D-rated climb. For takeoff, we're going to use flaps. We've got full power. Let's do flaps 10. Bing. Don't know what that meant. And our centre of gravity, pre-populates. So 19.3 on the centre of gravity. Trim needs to be 4.73. Just about there. So we're within the takeoff green box there. That's good. Our V1 is 138. V rotate 139. We're going to have 149 there, and I'll put 159 here. So I've got an indication on my screen here, which is my V2 plus 10 speed. So if V2 is, let's quickly talk about the V speeds. So V1 is our decision speed. So when we push the throttles forward, we're going to build up our speed. When we get to 138 knots, we are committed to flying, but actually the runway here is long enough apparently. I would question that. That actually one not faster as our rotate speed anyhow. So this is saying that we can abort the takeoff all the way up to our rotate speed. I do not think this runway is long enough for us to do that, but that's fine. Oh, actually, maybe that's because we haven't told it where we are. So if we do EGNT LEPA flight plan 01, is that going to work? There we go. Runway 07, you can see it's just given us our departure route there. So if I zoom out a bit, that's our route there. We'll activate that. Insufficient fuel. That's because I've put the reserves in at 7 and it should be 2. So 2 tons of fuel reserves. Flight plan fuel is 225. If we go to route, no, if we go to legs and then to how do I do this? Or is it progress? Okay, so there it's saying we'll arrive in Lepa, which is the so that's Spain, P8 Palma. We will land with 8.2 tons of fuel, so we do have enough fuel, but it's always worth just double checking. N1, no, we're going to go takeoff, and that should have given us new takeoff speeds because we've put in a new runway, but it doesn't matter. So let's say one of our engines fails just as we're taking off. V2 is the speed that gives us the best climb rate with one engine. So if we climb at 149 knots, we'll climb with one engine and we'll climb faster. That's the fastest rate. Why do I add 10? Well, that's just in case there's a any sort of variable wind component that may affect our stability. You don't want to stall with a single engine. That's a bad situation to be in. Because we know that beyond the runway threshold there's no obstacles, we can lower the nose a little bit and give ourselves a bit more speed and a bit more energy, just for a safety margin. So I don't like this being so dark, so what we'll do is we will... It's not doing what I thought it would. Okay, we've got lights in the back here. AFDS flood. That's looking a bit brighter. That'll do me. Okay, we really should be starting to get moving. One thing that's clearly not correct is 1013 hectopascals on here. We should be showing on the ground there, so that's 1023. Let's just bring up our X-Pilot view and we will ask it for WX, that's weather, EGNT, hit enter. We are showing a QNH of 1024, so we'll just increase that 1 notch. Winds today 140 at 4 knots, so very light winds, between 100 and 180 variable. Cav okay, so ceiling and visibility okay. Chanex 531 which will connect us to our flight plan, which I've already filed, and yeah, that's good. So just remove that for a moment. I don't think we got through our full startup checklist, so we'll keep going up here. So batteries on, ground power's off, we're on the APU. APU's working fine. Next panel here, so we'll turn on these panel lights as well, just because I think it makes things a bit easier to see. Just while I'm up here, we'll just put the heating on for the window heat, and we'll turn on the probe heat. Nobody's in the lav, which is good. Emergency lights, we'll arm those, and then hopefully I can lower the guard. We're fully fueled now, so we can turn on the fasten seatbelt signs. Don't need any wipers. We're not starting the engines just yet. Turn on the hydraulic pumps. Don't need any anti-ice, it's a nice day outside. Got no pressurization yet. Cabin's not climbing. What we've got up here, voice recorders on auto, air temperature. Use the trimmer. Still on dual bleed, and I think that's just because we've got the engine. Yeah, that's the engine bleed is open and the APU is open, but that's fine. Set that to auto. Just so it can handle it all itself. Our altitude today is going to be 35,000. Our landing altitude, we'll figure that out shortly. We're currently on automatic pressurization, which is good. We'll turn on our logo light. Position light should be on steady. We'll turn on the anti-collision light before we start the engines, which will be very soon. Whew, okay, so just turn off that master caution for now. What do we need to do? Should probably be doing some checklists, but let's just wing it. We can remove the chocks in a moment when I turn off the brakes. How are we doing for time? So 8:31, so we should be pushing back right now. So let's go and do that with a radio call. Let's bring up the that thing there, the X-Pilot. Hop outside is maybe loud. I hope it's not too loud. Nope, okay, I don't see anybody around us. Still a lovely day. Almost no weather at all. Let's do a quick radio call. So we are on 122.8, which is the CTAF in America and Unicom in VATSIM. Okay, we can push back when we're ready. Newcastle traffic, Chenex 531, gate 10, push and start, Newcastle. Okay, so I will go to my better pushback. Oh, this is quite loud. Is there a volume control in here yet? No. Let me just turn this down a touch because this guy can be very loud. Pushback. Start.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Told you he was loud. Okay.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Tow is driving up. And you can see it. We'll probably come through the walls, but we'll let it off. You see the winglet there out the window? That's quite nice. One question I have seen quite a lot is, can you see the wings from the cockpit? Looks like you can. You can see those bouncing up and down. So, what was our initial heading? So we'll go into here. We will go to...
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Okay, connect away. Our initial heading is going to be 66. So let's get that up here on our heading bug, just so again we've got a visual indicator on here. So we'll follow that line there. We'll actually be following the solid magenta line. If we need to come into land again, so if there's an emergency on takeoff, we will be landing here, so on a course of 66.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
We've got 111.5 on our nav, which is going to it's going to be the ILS for Newcastle. I'll just quickly remove the parking brake, which is that thing there, and I'll try and do it with my foot pedals. There we go.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
We may start engines. So what we need to do to start the engines is we go over here and we turn off the packs, because we're going to need to use all of that bleed air. We should technically turn off the bleeds for those as well. We're going to use the bleed air from the APU to start the engines. So we'll start with engine 1, put it into ground start mode, and then what we'll do down here is we'll watch the N2 start to turn. Ooh, that's nice. Hear that low rumble? The start valve open. Now then, when that gets to 24% on the N2, we'll introduce the fuel, and the fuel flow will start to increase. Fuel's increasing. Should see EGT increasing, so this is 100 degrees, sorry, hundreds of degrees. It's degrees Celsius. We've now got the N1, the big fan at the front of the aircraft starting to turn. Let's quickly check to make sure that the driver knows where he's going. And the little solenoid has just disconnected that starter. So same thing again. Watching the N2 spin. When we get to 24, we'll introduce fuel. That'll start to come in around about 27, 28. So we've got the number 1 engine has started really nicely. Pretty much in the taxiway. I'm going to get that man shouting at us again.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Set parking brake. Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Wasn't very elegant, was it? Bit of a bump. So we'll set our flaps at this point. Flaps 1, flaps 2, flaps 5, flaps 10. And that's our takeoff flaps. So we've got 2 good starts to the engines. What we can do now is switch from the APU across to the engines for, first of all, electricity. That's going to say the APU gen is available. And we're going to switch across here from the APU bleed to the engine bleed. We'll turn these packs back on. Turn off the APU bleed. Then that means we can turn off.
Disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Hand signal on the right. Interesting. There we go. Okay, we're going to set the brakes to RTO, rejected takeoff. That may reset actually as we get close to the runway if I brake too much. If I put the brakes on? No, okay. I'm going to arm the auto throttle. Our TCAS is set to standby, so let's just quickly check. Again, I like to have some lights on these, I think it's easier to read. So we are currently on standby, which is fine. We'll set that to TARA when we're on the takeoff roll. We need some lights on. So turn on the runway lights, turn on the taxiway lights. I should have turned the anti-collision lights. Both of those are back in the off position because no longer starting the engines. We are good to go. Quick radio call. Newcastle traffic, Chanex 531, taxiing to holding point Alpha 1 for runway 07 via Alpha, Newcastle. Brakes are off. So we probably don't need a lot of thrust to get moving. Ooh, I do like this sound pack. Starting to move. Check we've got nose wheel steer on the rudder. We do. Oh, that's a nice noise. The release notes for the V2 level up 737 were quite detailed on the sound effort they've gone to. The F-Mod 2.0, they've done a lot of hard work to get this sounding as good as it is. So we're going to make a right turn here on Alpha. don't want to go into reverse. This is Alpha 4. If we'd been asked to hold at Alpha 4, we would stop here, and that's to let aircraft leaving the runway on Bravo get to their parking areas. So flaps 10, RTO. We don't have a flight director, so we don't have magenta bars on the PFD, the primary flight display. And that's because we haven't enabled any modes on the mode control panel, which I will do in a moment. And we are going to taxi straight to holding point Alpha 1. That's Alpha 2 there. And Alpha 1 is straight ahead. Check for anything on the approach. Newcastle traffic, Chanix 531, lining up runway 07, Newcastle. Then we can go straight onto the runway. Let's put our strobes on. Put our lights on. Want to be super duper visible. Seatbelt signs are already on. There we go. Double ding for the flight attendants. Oh, I do like the sound of those engines. Okay, I'll just stop here for a second. Just make sure everything's looking good. No warning lights. APU's off. TCAS, we can put that into TARA. So we're visible now on ADS-B. We've got some kind of flight director set up there. I will arm LNAV and VNAV. Can I do that now? No. Okay. Do that in a sec. Heels on the floor. Gonna get up to 60% N1. Auto throttle is armed, and then we're going to switch to N1 mode. Both engines are coming up nicely. N1 mode. Just follow it up. Oh, bit of yaw. knots. 80 knots checked. Get back on the centre line.
V1, rotate.
Dead.
Stevering.
Gear up.
Gear up.
Okay. Don't really want to turn on the autopilot just yet. So we're going to climb straight up to 14,000 feet. No, we're not. We're going to do 8,000. Oh, I didn't put my satellite imagery on. So we're just going to keep that magenta cross centered. While I'm fiddling with my audio controls. There you are. Let the autopilot take over just for a little bit. So it should be 4,000 feet or above at NTS 12. Flaps are up. Turn off the auto brakes. Flaps indicating fully up there. Climbing at 230, which is giving us a climb rate of 2,300 feet per minute. And we should get up to 8,000 feet, which is flight constrained at Gurley. So we can't go above flight level 080 until we're past Gurley. Gorgeous day for it though. Going to standard pressure setting now. I'm going to hand fly for a little bit. 1,000 to go. Oh, suddenly nosed up. So the engines are rolling back because we're now at our, or just about at our assigned altitude. Requires quite a lot of nose up to fly level in the 737. Even more so to climb, obviously. I'm enjoying the flight model though. It feels quite realistic insofar as it's challenging, but feels learnable. Sure why the engines just suddenly came to life there. What is it trying to do? Really do wish I turned on the satellite scenery. Has a habit of crashing if you turn it on after you've departed, sadly, so just have to make do. So we're coming up to Gurley. There's our flight restriction. What is our optimal? Right now, optimal is actually flight 370, so we can go straight up to 350. Let's see if it does this automatically. So we've got 35,000 feet requested. So we're just starting to make that left turn at Gurley. I suspect I will need to Oh no, there we go. N1 mode, VNAV speed, and we're climbing. So engines are powering up, nose is raising, fuel flow going through the roof. Exhaust gas temperature of the engines currently 720, 730 degrees Celsius. Wouldn't want to be behind them right now. We're burning about 10 pounds of thrust every second or so. I did close all the doors, didn't I? Yes. Just checking. What else can we fiddle with? Ooh, PA system. Nope. Turbulence. So we've got no factor for us, but we've got EGCC, that's Manchester North Tower. So John Cardiff is currently manning or staffing the tower. You've got some ATIS as well down there. Yeah, we're off to sunny Spain. Viva España. So, let's just check we've got pressurization. We've gone through 10,000 feet, so we can turn off the seatbelt signs. We can turn off our lights. Don't need the logo light on anymore. There's no birds up here going, ooh, yeah, let's go with Jet2. That's all off. Now then, let's have a look. So our cabin climb is about 500, 600 feet per minute, while our actual climb is 2,800 feet per minute. So this is how pressure starts to build up in the aircraft. So the cabin altitude is currently around about, what's that? That's 1, 2, 3, 350. And the differential pressure is going to increase up to around between 7 and 8. That's the difference in pressure from the outside to the inside. Now, is that times 1,000 feet or 100 feet? I didn't quite see. Gorgeous day to fly. So, 8:54. Our scheduled arrival time, I think, was 11:30. So if I just pull up this window here, so you can see Newcastle's got 2 times under it. We've got the off blocks time, so the pushback time was 8:30, and the actual takeoff time was 8:50. So I think we were slightly ahead of schedule now. We expect to touch the wheels down at 11:22, Excuse me. And then we expect to actually be at the gate at 11:30. So 11:22 arrival time. Let's just see what this is predicting. That's 11:04, so we'll be ahead of schedule. So we start off with just under 1,000 miles to go, 993 miles to go, at 924 now. Very nice, indeed. So everyone might be able to see the wings, the wingtip moving around. No, in very, very still air right now. Moving around just a little bit, just right in the air. So currently showing 313 knots of airspeed. Our ground speed is 451 knots. So we are starting to really motor here. So next waypoint is Ribble. The wind we currently have is not what was reported on the, or what was predicted on the flight plan generation thing on the Navigraph sim brief. So we've actually got a wind from the left, a very slight tailwind component, but you can see our track is 206, but our nose is having to point slightly to the right, slightly to the left rather, into the wind to maintain that track. So LNAV, VNAV. I think when we get to our assigned altitude, I think the N1 will disable. We'll see. May switch to a speed mode. Still climbing at 1600 feet, at 27,000 feet. Good performance on this. Engines are firewalled 99.6, 99.7% N1. Fuel flow reduced quite a bit from when we took off, so you were seeing 7 tons either side on takeoff. And this is just because there's less air up here, so you don't need as much fuel to mix with the air to get it to burn. There's also less air density, so the engines don't need to push as hard to get through the air, which is why we can start to do these much higher speeds at altitude. Ground speed 462, so that's because we're turning into the headwind, I guess. But our true airspeed is 467. So why is there a difference, I guess, between our true airspeed in our indicated airspeed. But this is so air compressors, and what you're seeing here is the effect of that compressibility of air. So we're actually travelling 466 knots through the air, pretty close to 500 miles an hour, but due to the compressibility of air we're really only feeling the effects of 300 knots of that air. That's 9:01, so 2 hours time we'll be touching down. Plus showing 11:04 here, so 2 hours 3 minutes. Me even touch down a few times if my approach is terrible or my landing is bad. Now, let's see if I can hop outside without blowing everyone's eardrums out. That's not satellite scenery. That's purely default scenery. And I think that's a good time. Actually, no. I was going to say let's go for a break, but let's get up to our cruising altitude first. TC, top of cruise. Or top of climb rather. That's our cruise altitude starts there. And then we'll have a quick coffee break. We'll have a chat with the flight attendant in the back. Yep, very much enjoying the level up V2. We'll go through some of these, what all of this means shortly. The engines should start to reduce a little bit, maybe down to 91, 90%. Fuel flow is decreasing. So practically emptied the center tank now. And we'll start to get a low pressure warning in that fuel pump. So you can see it's using the center fuel tank first, fueling both engines, keeping that weight in the wings to hold them sort of down to reduce the bending in the wings. So we're at our cruise altitude now, actually a bit less, so 82% N1, only using 2.3 tons of fuel either side, 2.5 tons either side, compared to the 7 either side during takeoff. Much more fuel efficient up here. We're going to wait for the center tank to empty. I will switch off the fuel pump and then we'll get a coffee. Any more turbulence? Any more bouncy wings at this altitude? These are quite a stiff wing actually. That's something I was going to do. I was going to check our altitude that we're going to land at. So if I go to progress, or maybe legs. No, I'll show you how we can do that when we get a bit closer. So if we go to the progress page, 350 from Listo, which we passed at 0905 with 18.2 tons of fuel. Next is Honolly, 40 miles to Honolly, 11 minutes past 9, and we'll have 17.6 tons of fuel on board. And now in 844 miles, at 11:04 Zulu, we'll land at 7.9 tons. Current fuel quantity 18. And to the top of descent, 732 nautical miles. Get there at 10:43 Zulu. So about 21 minutes before we touch down, we'll start our descent. So just while we're waiting for that centre tank to empty, let's go through some of these screens. So this is our primary flight display. You've got your artificial horizon in the middle. This is familiar to anybody who's ever flown even the most basic aircraft. You've got, sky on the top, ground underneath. Most swept wing aircraft, like this one, jet aircraft in particular, have to fly with a slight nose up attitude. So a nose up deck incline, I guess, in order to get level flight. So you can see where the nose is currently around about 2.5 degrees, just under 2.5 degrees above the horizon. On the left, we've got what's called the speed tape. So we're currently doing 267 knots indicated airspeed, as I mentioned before. It's different from the true airspeed or the total airspeed, which is 455, and that's due to the compressibility of the air. On the right hand side, we've got our altitude tape. So we're currently flying at flight level 350, which is also the same as 35,000 feet when you're on a standard pressure setting. The standard pressure setting is 1013.25 hectopascals in most of the world. In North America, you fly on inches of mercury, and the standard pressure setting is 29.92 inches of mercury. So we've got some different colours on here as well. So at the top we've got our commanded speed, which is Mach 0.79, and we've asked the computer to hold to 35,000 feet. Down here we have the actual. So white is actual, magenta is commanded. And so again, you've got the magenta arrow here. We've commanded that speed, which is Mach 0.79, but the white numbers gives us the actual. So flying slightly fast there. You might see a slight reduction in engine power. It's going up and down. So we've got the flight mode enunciators across the top. Flight FMC speed is flight management computer is currently managing the speed. LNAV is lateral navigation, that's the left and right steering. Again, that's managed by the computer. And then VNAV path is our vertical navigation path. So currently we are, what you can see in the navigation display here is our lateral path, but there's also sort of a vertical profile from takeoff and a climb in the cruise, and then the path takes you through the descent, and we're currently tracking that vertical navigation path through the air. Moving down, we've got our navigation radio, so it's currently set to 111.5 VHF, and the course is 066, that's just the course setting on here, so that would allow us to land back at Newcastle. That's no longer relevant for us. In fact, if we go down to here, I wonder if we have the option. Let's see, how can we do this? If we get the weather for WXLAPA for Palma, ooh, TSRA, that's not really what we want to see. That thunderstorms or thunderstorms and rain. Few cumulonimbus at 400 feet. So right now, we don't really want to be flying into Palma. Few TCUs, that thunderclouds. Yeah, but CBs, cumulonimbus clouds, are bad, big storm clouds. So we may end up diverting to Barcelona, we will see. Anyway, what's the wind? Wind 0405 knots. So we will, nope, don't close autopilot, X-pilot. We will go to the arrival for LEPA, which runway has our flight plan got us landing on. Ooh, Palencia, Port Palencia. So we'll be coming down through top of descent, Posba, PUS, is that different? And then it hasn't given us a nominated runway from what I can see. Has it given us one further up? Oh, we're overspeeding. Get the air brakes out. Not sure why we suddenly accelerated so fast past our commanded speed. What does sometimes happen though is that the sim will load new weather, and then the direction of the wind will change suddenly, and you'll find yourself with a lot more airspeed or a lot less airspeed. So we'll figure out which runway we're landing on later, and then we'll be able to change the navigation radios to use that speed. Current angle of attack, I guess that's 2 degrees. That is fully stowed, isn't it? Yes. We also only have £100 of fuel left in there, which means this will be, what should be, showing us low fuel pressure. How far down will it go? 80? Don't think it should get to 0 because there's always some fuel left in. 60, 50. Oh, hang on. I haven't turned off the browser for you. There you go. Sorry. So, fuel is currently showing us £30, but our low pressure fuel pump hasn't come back on. Any second that'll go yellow. and say low pressure. You should get a little bing bong from the master caution. There you go, low pressure. What did we get down to? £10. Don't believe you. We get a message. There we go, master caution fuel light. So if we just turn off these pumps, that master caution goes away, and we are now flying on the wing tanks. Quite a lot of weather up ahead. Let it fly through these clouds. Start to see some of the haze before we get to the actual clouds. That's quite nice. These fluffy clouds look much better than the original XP12 clouds. Still some artifacts in the distance. Yeah, this is nice. I've not seen this before. This new particle effects. Now, if we just sometimes you get a little bit of a bump on the PFD when you go into clouds, so we'll just keep watching that. Certainly feel this as a passenger. It starts to get a bit rocky. Now that light doesn't look to be flashing to me. Did I set that up properly? Yep, position lights are on, logos off, anti-collision lights on. So we've now got a direct headwind coming from 160, but it's only an 8 knot, so not particularly strong, but that just explains the difference between the ground speed and the true airspeed. But the aircraft is still only experiencing around about 268 knots on the nose of airflow. So anyway, yeah, I was explaining what's going on here. CMD just means that we've got the autopilot is in command. We've got two different modes up here. We've got Command A, Command B. CWS is control wheel steer. So if I was to move the this, I would end up going into control wheel steer. It's got CWSR on here. It's not really the mode that you want to be in, so we'll just go back into full autopilot mode. Still saying CWSR on there. It's not what I want. LNAV mode. There we go. So it's removed the CWS from there. Just means that you can control the steering basically. What else are we doing? So from that we've got the enunciators, we've got the commanded, we've got the angle of attack which we spoke about before. LNAV, VNAV, so they're basically computers controlling the vertical and the lateral profile. On the bottom here we've got an indication which is almost like an ILS, an instrument landing system view of where we are compared to the path that we should be on. So it says here we're 0.1 of a nautical mile to the right, which is why the path that we need to be on is slightly to the left. Down here we've got a compass which again just matches what we've got on here. So 154 degrees there, 154 degrees on here. 066 is the course, and we are currently in magnetic mode because we're not near the poles. We can rely on magnetic navigation. Currently doing decimal 79 Mach decimal 79 on the speed, standard pressure setting. There we go. So if we head to the right, we'll go through the nav display and then we'll take a quick break. Ground speed, true airspeed, we've talked about. So ground speed, we're slightly slower than our true airspeed because we've got a headwind. So we're actually travelling 455 knots through the air, but some of that air is being blown at us by the wind. We're currently in track up mode, so our nose is slightly to the right, just because there is a very, very slight quartering headwind. Our next waypoint is Vapid, which we'll get to now. There we go. So you can see this is starting to count down. What you'll notice as well is that we use decimal minutes in aviation. So next waypoint is GWC, which will be off the top of the chart. If we just increase the zoom a bit, there's GWC up there. 24 nautical miles away, and we'll get there at 0924.8 minutes. So we basically break down a minute into 10 into 6-second segments, and our brain just works slightly better at working in tens. Yeah, so we're following the magenta line. That's our lateral path over the ground, our track over the ground, and we can turn some other bits of information on here. So if you click on airports, see these are the airports around complaining about excess data. Whereabouts are we? See if we can figure this out. So EG is England, EGKK off to our left is Gatwick. Having a total brain failure there. So we're just to the right of Gatwick and of London. Can't see because it's cloudy. Turn off the airports. Got weather. Weather radar is supposed to be coming back to X-Plane 12. It's been disabled for a period of time while I think the developers are working on something. So the weather's not doing anything much. STA is like radio stations. That's Midhurst, which is a part of the departure out of Heathrow. WPT is waypoints. Should get more information there, but it's not. Maybe that's under data. There we go, data, so we can get a bit more information about each waypoint. Position, so our current position is where that star is, just on there. And we can switch from weather mode into terrain mapping mode. Can I tilt it down? This is weather. It's currently in auto. Don't really want to mess with that. Anyway, so we're currently in terrain mapping mode. I'm going to switch it across to weather mode. Now it's not showing anything. That may be for one of two reasons. One, this isn't enough moisture in the air for it to detect it with the weather radar, or we currently have a radar shadow, which means that our radar isn't penetrating this, so it can't see anything beyond it. So you've got to be very careful about weather radar shadows when you're flying. So just about to cross GWC. What's our next one? Sitet. A bit further out. Let's zoom to maximum. There you go. See, we're going to start turning right and going down over France very soon. You see these times ticking up. And then after Lukev, 10:39, a couple of minutes after that, we'll start our descent. You should see a TD, top of descent green label, appear shortly. And that is when we'll start to descend. So not really a long flight. Let's just zoom a little bit back again. So we've got traffic switched on as well, so if we've got any aircraft around us, we should as I've just said that, see that little plus 19? So we've got an aircraft right above us, 2,000 feet above us. I can find out who they are if I press M. Go into the map mode. Am I showing X-Pilot? Yes. For some reason it's not showing. But yeah, there's an aircraft right above us. Somewhere up there. Turn off labels just because it's a bit unrealistic. But yeah, they're up there. So, yep, track mag, we've talked about the next waypoint. Weather is there. You can tune in to radio stations to help you with your navigation. So VOR1, so that's VHF omnidirectional range 1 with potential distance measuring equipment, and the same on the other side. Our required navigational performance is 2 nautical miles, but we're currently within 0.01 nautical miles of our actual route based on our position. Oh, there's another aircraft ahead of us. And if we just zoom in a touch, how far away are they? So 40 miles ahead, currently climbing. Even though their distance from us is decreasing, which suggests that they're actually descending. There's that one on the map. We've got Speedbird and 694 up ahead. That's probably 40 miles. So yeah, we're following a Speedbird. And they're going down that way. We'll be going to the right. They're probably going to, I would imagine, Paris maybe, or I don't know. So we're right on the centre of the magenta line, which is why this arrow is now lined up with that block there. And you can see all this information repeated on the standby instruments here. So we'll talk about some of these buttons and the upper and lower ICAS. I always get these muddled up. ECAM and ICAS depending on the Airbus or the Boeing, but the upper and lower screens here. I think it's the ICAS on Boeing, Engine Instrument Crew Alerting System. Nice to see the yokes just moving around a little bit. The autopilot just keeping us where we should be. Wonder how long this cloud's going to last. Oh, there we go. Just peeking out, see some blue sky before going back into it. I think at this point, if we were in controlled airspace, I would be requesting a climb, just purely because of fuel efficiency, really, not really because of the clouds, because they don't really do anything to the aircraft. But our current optimal flight level is actually a little bit higher than what we are today, so if we do flight level 370, go into execute, check altitude target, change the target altitude to 37,000, and then see if this changes, or do I need to do a flight level change, a flitch. Turn off vertical nav, I'll just keep us exactly where we are. Then if I hit VNav again, start to see the throttle come forward, we'll start climbing up to 37,000 feet. So this green bar is telling us when we'll reach our target altitude. So as the nose increases and our climb rate increases, a green line is coming towards us. Fuel flow, still only 4 tons either side for a climb at this altitude. It looks like that's just lifted us out of the cloud layer. For now, at least, until we get down to Majorca, and we've got some thunderclouds to, storm clouds to contend with. 1,000 to go. I think that's probably a good time for us to have a quick break. Once we see 370 drop in, we'll see these boxes disappear. No traffic, that's a factor. As we start our right turn and start cruising down through France. Let's do as the French would do. Have a quick break. See you in a mo. So, what did we miss? This cloud layers come up to meet us at 37,000 feet. See how we're doing against our time, so I guess that headwind's picked up a little bit now, and we're now predicted a couple of minutes later arrival into Palma. So 564 miles to go, we're approaching the halfway point, which is nice. Wish we had more views out the window, but you know, this is not uncommon. You see a little bit of ground through those clouds there. Let's see what our weather update is saying about Palma Airport. See if those thunderclouds have disappeared. No. In a word, no. So TSRA, still got a few cumulonimbus at 400 feet, scattered showers at 350 feet, light showers of rain. Yeah. We may need to hold away from the airport for a little bit. We can decide to go into Barcelona. Let's just check their weather. WXLEBL. They're showing a much nicer day. A few clouds, 200 feet. Everything else looks really good. What's the pressure? 1014, okay. They're not sat in a huge basin of low pressure, which is a good sign. But they are having thunder showers, thunderstorms. Temperature there's 30 degrees in Majorca, 29 degrees in Barcelona. So yeah, see how that weather changes or doesn't as we get closer. We may be able to try and approach anyway into Majorca. We've got plenty of fuel. We can go for an approach, and then we can divert to Barcelona. See the shadows of the clouds on the scenery, that's quite nice. This repeating scenery is a bit boring though, it's a bit rubbish. I wish I'd turned on the satellite scenery. Could probably set the script where it starts X-plane and does all of that for me. It's a good idea. So, besides me just punching my desk, which really hurt, let's have a look through some of these buttons. Oh. So, here we've got some of the controls for the primary flight display and the navigation display. So you can choose whether your minimums is either going to be based on your radio or your a barometric setting. What's our current? So our radio altitude is decision height is 106. Now I think I'm not an IFR pilot. I'm not instrument raters, but I think you should have a 200-foot minimums. Maybe 100. I'm pretty sure it's 200. So leave that as 200 for now. Again, I don't think that's going to be an issue for us. We can turn on the FPV, the flight path vector. So if you watch the primary flight display, you can see that little circle. That's where our plane is actually flying. So our nose is to the right and our track is to the left. So our nose is to the right, but we're actually travelling in that direction, towards the left. And I mentioned before, our nose is up, but that's because we're a swept wing aircraft, and that means that our aircraft is sat on the horizon with the nose up, so our aircraft is actually heading in that direction. If there was no wind, then we'd be underneath that dot, but we would still be beneath it because of the swept wing thing. So, whereabouts are we? So we're going towards Vanad. Talk about these buttons up here. So you can switch between your different radios. So you've got VOR1, VOR2 on here. You can just turn those off entirely, or you can switch them to automatic direction finder radios as well. So there we go. Generally don't see a lot of ADF these days. It's all just VHF beacons, or more likely than not GPS based waypoints. So we can change the range on here, showing an aircraft right behind us at the same altitude. Whereabouts are we? Wonder if that's some kind of a shadow of our aircraft, but we do have a Chanex behind. Maybe that's what it's trying to show us. And if they are about to overtake us, we maintain our path and they have to go around us. They have to overtake us. So we've got pressure settings. We're currently on standard pressure. We've got traffic on at the moment, so we'll turn off traffic. That little diamond at the bottom should disappear. There we go. But we want that on. We want that situational awareness. Now, as we step to the right across the MCP, the mode control panel, we've got our VHF course where we can set, if we're following a radio beacon, what is the course that we want to track to it. We've got the flight director, which is currently on. Our auto throttle is on, and right now the throttle is being controlled by the vertical navigation system. So that's basically how much throttle do we need to maintain the commanded altitude of 37,000 feet. Next to that, we've got the LNAV. In fact, let's just stay with VNAV for a moment. So we've got speed, we've got vertical navigation. We can also change our altitude by clicking level change. Now that involves a speed change or a power change setting, which is why it's connected to the speed knob and not actually the altitude knob. So heading, we're not flying headings today, but we can if I clicked on heading select. What are we currently flying? 164. So I'm going to change this to 164. And then we're into heading select. So we're no longer flying on LNAV. The aircraft is just following that new dashed magenta line there. But we don't really want to do that. We'll stick with LNAV. And that will then realign us back to our flight director magenta cross. We've got a VOR localizer, so you can use that on approach, where you can either track to a VOR or track to a localizer for a runway. We hit approach mode when we're tracking the glide slope and the localizer down to a runway. Altitude is pretty self-explanatory. Altitude hold is hold my current altitude. So if you're climbing, there's an aircraft above you, air traffic control may say stop climb, hold present altitude, and then you just hit that and it'll just hold you at your current altitude. So you don't go ramming aircraft from below, that's not fun for anyone. And then you've got your vertical speed, so you can set your vertical speed to, nose down, nose up. Sometimes this is good for descents. If you want to get a faster descent, you can lower the nose a bit more, or if you're descending too fast, you can just slow the descent a little bit by raising the nose. Co-pilot doesn't have his flight director on, so you can just turn that on there. And also the same buttons over here to control the screens over here. So you could, for example, zoom out separately on there to here. Now what you sometimes do is you have your traffic on the pilot flying, the PF navigation display, and you have the terrain, or the weather rather, on the other screen. That's currently painting in the terrain. And if you're taking off from a particularly mountainous area, you may just have the terrain on both screens. Again, just for that additional situational awareness. So that's the MCP, the mode control panel. We'll get to the buttons up there as well, I've got plenty of time. Down here, so let's say one of these screens failed. You can actually switch. I don't know why it goes dimmer when that's off, but it does. But yeah, you can move screens around, so if any of these screens failed, there's always an option to still have the information, just on a different screen. And the same with this one here, you can change that to the navigation display, for example, down here. Very weird seeing it down there, but it's there if we need it. And then you've got various alarms and alerts here, so you've got your speed brake armed, you've got cabin altitude, takeoff configuration, speed brake do not arm, stab out of trim, so we can test those. Test all the lights. And as we get a bit further along, you can manually set your N1. It's currently set to auto. Let the aircraft do that. Again, for speed references, you can reset your fuel flow. We won't do that. I can change it from rate to used. Fuel flow used. And then it's back to current fuel flow. Don't really like messing with those, to be honest. You've got different, so MFD multifunction display. You can either set this to be the engine display, which is what it is now, or you can go into a system view, where it will show you things like the position of the flight controls, those little arrows. That's your elevators, your flight spoilers, your ailerons, and your rudder. You've also got brake temperature, left and right, hydraulic pressure, so two systems on here, A and B, fully independent, and you can see the pressure of each, just under 3000 psi. Usually makes most sense to fly with the engine view, just because when you're in the air this is quite important to be aware of. You can also recall and cancel information if it's getting in the way. We've got different auto brake settings, so when we come into land we can either have light braking automatically, medium braking, heavy braking, or max braking. Palma's got some long runways, so we're not going to need much more than medium braking. RTO is rejected takeoff, and that's during the takeoff roll. If we were to close the throttles suddenly, and I think it's above 80 knots, if we were to close the throttles suddenly, then the auto brake in RTO would automatically apply heavy braking, so that's rejected takeoff. It's an auto brake setting for rejected takeoff. Anti-skid is like ABS, anti-lock braking system on your car, and you can see if anti-skid is inoperable, where you just need to be more careful when you're braking. Left flaps transit, left flaps extended. It's not French, it's leading edge flaps in transit, leading edge flaps extended. You can see when that's happening, and this is your flap indicator, so where they currently are, and down here you've got your flap settings, so you can you can command different levels of flaps, but it takes time to get there, so you can see them slowly extending on here down to what you've commanded. You'll also notice that there's different shapes to these controls, so the flap setting looks like a little wing. You've got very different tactile shapes and feedback for the fuel controls and the throttle controls, and then if I just go back over here for the speed brake as well, very different shapes. This is all just so you can operate it and you get used to the shapes in your hand. You've also got the reverse thrust, so when the power goes back, the throttle goes back, you lift this other handle, and that gives you your reverse thrust. So we've got the landing gear lever here, which actually should be in the off. Oh, don't want to do that. That should actually be in the off position there. The off position. Brake pressure. The brake pressure accumulator is in the green, and then again you've got the same lights. I don't know why. Oh, because you only get the stab out of trim on the captain's side. I'm wondering why this is a nice, neat straight line, and on this one you've got that L shape. So I don't know why the stab out of trim enunciator thing isn't over here, but it isn't. I'm just going to get rid of that terrain view just because it's slightly annoying. Yeah, same on this side. So we do actually have some different buttons down here which I haven't really explored before. So what's this? Ground proximity warning system. Okay. Windshield air, foot air. What have we got down here? Oof. Co-pilot left their tablet in a right state. Let's check in on our progress. So Majorca's 438 miles away now, 328 miles to go to our top of descent, so 10:45. So start our descent in about 45 minutes. Hasn't really been a long flight. And there's France out of our window. Grab a quick bite. I'm still here, just having a bit of breakfast while I'm flying along. See if we can figure out where we are. Let's pop open the map. Limoges. Just past Poitiers. Ooh, we've got a Delta off to the right hand side, Delta 129. See if we can spot them. We used to do quite a lot of flying on Delta aircraft. Not for many years though. Nope, don't see it. Weirdly, they're not showing up on TCAS either. So just heading over Limoges. What else have we got here? So we've got Marseille. So we're getting to the bottom of France now. Or at least that's the area control, so don't really know where that starts. Guess we've got La Rochelle off to the left somewhere. What that's in? Yeah, La Rochelle. And we've got Bordeaux down here. So we're making good progress. 399 miles to go, 285 to port of descent. Just about half an hour or so before we start to think about descending. And really what we should do is we should find out which runway is in use in the real world. So let's see if I can just quickly switch over to flight radar. You can see I'm a contributor. And then we've got aircraft landing in Palma here. That looks like it's just landed on runway 06 left. Also a Jet2 coming in from Birmingham. So let's follow our sister aircraft 06 left. Departure and arrivals. We'll do RNAV-Z on a 06 left. Our arrival was via Oz something. Going to need to have a look again at our PDF output. Let's just bring that up. So Loris 1 Papa, that's what it's recommending. Loris 1 Papa. Now pausing because I don't see a Loris in here. The Loris 2 Romeo. So if we go into our plan mode, what we can do is go to legs. So we haven't put that Loris 2 Papa in yet, we haven't executed it. If we go to previous page here and then step through and then zoom in, okay, so Loris is there, so that is on our route. What we want to do that's all very confusing, isn't it? So we'll be coming in on ADX and then we'll be turning left to join Papa 09 Whiskey. So Posba, Nudsa, Xotnu. Tell you what, if we accept that, you can see it ends at ADX, and we want to pull in Papa 9 Whiskey to there. That should then mean that we go down to Nudza, right turn onto Xotnu, fly across those mountains just to the north of the airfield, left turn into Palma, and then we've got the blue dashed line, which is our missed approach. So we want to turn immediately left up to Evoli, tack us, and then down here, and then we'll hold, enter the hold at MJV, which reminds me of Mojave Desert, but it's probably not that. So we need to update our flight plan now. So we've got RNAV Z06 left and Loris to Romeo. Now let's see if we can do this, because we might not. So I'm using VATSIM at the moment. So okay, just said Loris is our flight plan. That's fine. So we've selected Loris to Romeo, and that's absolutely fine for us to do that. That should now give us a few extra bits of information, because we've told the aircraft where we're going to land. So if I go to init ref, we can, so Leopard 09 left is there. It's 10,000 feet long, so 3.2 kilometers long. Massive, massive runway. We're not going to set up our speeds yet, because these are the speeds if we were landing right now. Our speeds will come down quite a bit. I expect we'll be landing 132 to 136. Keep an eye, well, if we get down, of course, because there's always the thunderstorm that's there right now to maybe navigate through. Descent. So 258 miles to top of descent. Oh, we are speeding again. Immediately should pull the throttle back. Why isn't that letting me? There we go. Speed brakes. Full speed brakes. I'm guessing that was another weather update. It's me just overriding the throttle there for a second. Just check that's still on. Bit wobbly. I'd like to see. Yeah, you can start to see it moving around a bit more now. Just right in the air. Oops, speed brake's still armed. Yes, still out. There we go. Starting to get a bit bumpy, but moving around. Have a quick check to see if there's any updates. Still showing thunderstorms and cumulonimbuses in around 400 feet. Which is, so this is the cloud base. So this is measured from the ground up. So we've got a few cumulonimbuses at 400 feet, which is fine. If we can avoid them, that's still below, so that's still above our minima. So we could, yeah, we'll have to wait and see where they are. Could get a little bit spicy though as we get into Palma de Majorca. Bit of a French city just there. The river running through it. Not side imagery, as I mentioned before. So I forgot to switch it on. Brive. Le Cave. and in the distance we should start to see some of the Alps. Snow over there. Yep, snow-capped peak over there. You can start to see the foothills of the Alps. Still nobody online. Kind of hoped we would get some air traffic controllers online by the time we got into Majorca, because we really need their help to it's doing it again. Why are you overspeeding all the time? Must be the weather updates, because quite a lot of that cloud's just disappeared. If you press M to go into the map, you can actually choose different providers of clouds. So I'll just center that on us first of all. So we're here, and if we set this to NexRad, I don't think we get NexRad in Europe. I think if you go to clouds, this is global clouds. So you can see I've just flown through an area of cloud there. More clouds down here. It hasn't loaded the map, but it's loaded the clouds. And you can see, so Marseille will be down, I guess, over to the right there. Got Montpellier. That looks like Marseille. Oh, Montpellier. Maybe Marseille is a little bit further along, perhaps. Just see if there's anybody coming up from that way. So I'm just asking anybody at Palma who can provide a pilot report. Looks stormy on METAR, which is the meteorological aviation weather. So, our top of descent as in 200 miles, so if I zoom out a bit, you can see the top of descent is just there. That waypoint there is when we start to turn right and go sideways to, well, parallel to the runway over the mountains in the north of Majorca, and then we'll do a left turn, and then I will do an expert landing. Maybe. Oh, we've got some traffic off to the right. Bring that zoom back in, too far. Quite a bit of traffic actually off to the right. Some plane spotting. Nope. There's a trail from one of them. Looks like they're going this way. Somewhere out there. So our ground speeds come down quite a lot. Still doing 400 knots over the ground because of this headwind component. Just watching this traffic here. So they're just over 10 miles off our right wing. Ah, there we go. See them pretty closely. EasyJet. It's pretty cool. Pretty big clouds up ahead. Got a bit of a wobble on as well. So cool being able to see that from the cockpit. Should do a little bit of geoguessr to see where we are. Carcassonne, what's that? Carcassonne. Bordeaux area control, even though Bordeaux must be up to the left there, or down to the left here. It's a popular airport, got Delta in there as well. What is that? Oh, is that Toulouse? Toulouse Blagnac. Home of Airbus. We're just Boeing-ing our way along nearby. So we've got Andorra. Yeah, didn't realise the Andorra region was quite so mountainous. I suppose it explains why it's been able to keep its sovereignty for so long, if it's quite a defensible area. It splits France and Spain quite well. So I think we'll be heading south over Barcelona and then out over the Mediterranean. Ground speed's reduced a bit more. Oh, there you see our altitude jumped there. Which is a bit strange. Don't think that's actually what's happening. I think that's some kind of update of the weather. That's why we will have seen the speed jump as well. These must be the hills of Andorra. It's the border between Spain and France, with Andorra somewhere in the middle. Then beyond you've got Spain, I guess that might be the coastline. Did we get a final altitude? Landing altitude. Runway 06 left, 64 feet. So what we'll do is we'll just change our landing altitude. Does it go down to 50? Yes. And then we'll let the computer manage all of that. Still showing thunderstorms. I think the wind picked up a little bit since the last time we saw. Nope, 360. So it was from the east with 5 knots. Now it's from the north at 8 knots, so it's moving around a bit. Still showing broken cloud at 300 feet, few cumulonimbus at 400. Temporary, that's the TAF, still showing TSRA. That may be 3,000 meters visibility, I think that's what that means. 3 kilometers. You'd rather be in one of these than in a Cessna or something around that. And you can just see the top of descent has just popped into the top of the nav display. So that is 40, 80, 120, so about 130, 140 miles. 130 until top of descent. And then we will descend down to flight level 70 at Lores. Oh no, hang on. It says flight level 070 or above, so we're just going to slowly descend, because we have another flight level 070 or above at Avoli, so we don't want to descend too early. And then we're going to get all the way down to 2000. So if we... 7,000 as being our first constraint, and once we get past Avoli we'll descend down to 2000. We can set that now. 7,000 is our next cleared altitude. QNH1014, I think I can preset that. That's 1014. So when we turn off the standard pressure setting, it should automatically swap over to that pressure setting, which isn't less than 1 hectopascal away from standard anyway. I'm going to try and hand fly as much of this approach as I can. Because what's the point in flight sim unless you're going to fly it yourself? I know we've just spent 2 hours not flying it, but you know, it's also quite fun just talking about the systems. So let's see if I can do a quick run through of everything up here. We've talked about some of this, so you've got our inertial reference systems there. There's also got an old-fashioned IRS view up there, so you can manually type in waypoints if you so wish. That's giving you our current location. Haven't really played around with this, but PPOS is present position. I can change it to heading. Don't know what STS is. Wind 215.079. Track glide slope. Track is 174, and test mode is just turn on all the lights. So we'll put it back into present position. Seems to be a bit stuck in test mode. There we go. Service interphone is obviously just phoning the cabin crew. ELT is emergency locator transmission. Locator transmitter. That should already be armed. IRS, as I've mentioned. What's that? Index to lock. No idea. Flight controls, standby backup controls, I guess, for the flight controls. Same for spoilers. Yaw dampers on, so it stops us wiggling left and right. Alternate flaps, so a second system that can lower the flaps. Different navigational radio receivers. Display, whether they're coming from all navigation displays come from all on one, which is the captain side's sensors, or all on two, which is the co-pilot's. Auto and then normal, I believe, is just the left systems take it from the left, the right systems take it from the right. You can see our fuel temperature is now down to about 38 degrees Celsius, which is warmer than, oh no, it's not. Actual outside temperature, or true outside temperature, is total temperature is minus 28. I imagine the actual outside temperature is closer to 50, but there's friction over the aircraft and friction over the wings, which is where the fuel is, which is why it's showing higher temperature than the outside air temperature. And actually the engine, the wings act as giant radiators for the fuel. for the oil, no, for the fuel, because there's something called an FOHE, fuel oil heat exchanger, and when the oil from the oil from the engines gets pumped into a system where the cold fuel is used to cool the oil that's going to the engines, and what happens is that warmed fuel then gets pumped back out to the wings to cool down because of the outside air temperature. So the wings are actually the radiators for the engines, which I find fascinating. We've got different fuel pumps, which we mentioned before. We're currently flying on the wing tanks. You can also turn off one wing's fuel pumps and do a cross feed, so we can have one wing feeding both engines. Very few reasons why I'd want to do that, but it is good to have that capability. So let's go up here. Where are we? Still 80 miles away from our top descent, but we do have traffic up ahead we just need to be aware of. How am I going to get forward from here? There we go. Just seeing which direction that traffic up ahead is going. I think it's coming towards us, so we'll have to just be very careful. So this is where you can see what various electricity buses have got in them. So it's currently on standby power, which is off. The battery bus, 29 volts. TR1, which I guess is the engine, one of the engine generators. I'm sure the engine generators are the DC? I guess so. No, these are the engine generators over here. Yeah, I was going to say the engine generators are AC. Don't know what those are. So generator 1, the left-hand engine, is giving us 400 Hertz. It's giving us 118 volts at 71 amps. Pretty powerful. APU is turned off. Gen 2 is also giving us 400 Hertz, 117 volts, 71 amps. Nothing from the ground power right now. Got cabin utility, so that's usually used for like videos and stuff like that. Oh, sorry, the IFE, in-flight entertainment passenger seaters, for that. Cabin utility, I guess, is for like the galley. Standby power, don't know. Ground power is off, and we're currently using generator 1, generator 2 on the engines. APU is switched off. Current engine exhaust gas temperature of the APU is on 0 because it's switched off. The aircraft is diverging from our path, which is nice. And then you've got wipers, which you can turn on if you so wish, and they're independent. Taxi lights, turning on the APU and starting the engine, which you saw earlier on. We then have so a big light overhead if you want to use that. I don't like it. We've got heating, so we heat the side windows and the front windows, not necessarily to stop them icing up, but to make them a bit more resistant, a bit less brittle if something hits it, like a bird. Then you've also got your probe heat, your pitot heat. Circuit breaker lights, whether or not someone's in the lav. Equipment cooling, so just keep it normal, that's the avionics cooling underneath the floor of the cockpit. Emergency lights, we armed those earlier on. Got seatbelt signs and everything. We'll need to remember to turn those on when we go into the descent. You can speak to the attendant or speak to the ground when that's plugged in. Wing anti-ice, engine anti-ice. I don't think we'll need those today. Hydraulic pumps. So you've got engine-driven hydraulic pumps and you've got electric-driven pumps as well. Cockpit recorder. Try not to think too much about that. So differential pressure from the inside to the outside is around about 7 percentage or what? I think that, oh, so that's 1,000 feet, so we're currently at about 9,000 feet cabin altitude, and the differential pressure is so 7 times as much pressure inside as there is outside. What that basically means though is that there's about 2 tons of pressure on the doors. You're just not going to be able to open them, so if anyone does freak out and try and open a door, then just sit calmly and laugh at them. So cabin is currently descending slightly. I guess that's because we shouldn't really be above 8,000 feet. So the automatic system's trying to... oh, that'll be why. We didn't update this to say this, we were climbing at 37,000 feet. So the cabin is now... they've shut... the system has now shut the valves. And we should now start to see the differential pressure... or should now start to see the differential pressure increase, the cabin altitude decrease back down to about 8,000 feet. That's my error for not updating that, the pressure system here. In the Airbus, it happens automatically. What's this? So pressure settings. That's air temperature. Okay, just air temperature. Quite warm, 26 degrees. Turn on trim air. Is that going to cool us down a bit? So you can also cool down the forward cabin, the aft cabin, if it's getting too hot. Recirculation fans, you can set those to off if you want, like during COVID times. Ooh, Leopard Tower is online, 118305, that's cool. And I think we've got Mahon Tower as well. Menorca, yes. Report your orbit, don't know what that is. Squawk C on the ground. We've also got some ATIS, here we go. So I'm just going to abandon my demo just because we're getting very close to our top of descent. I don't really want to miss that. Well, we have already got 7,000 commanded, but it's not quite there yet. So I'm going to grab my notebook, destroy my desk in the process. So, transition level 60, arrival 6 left, so we're already set up on that. Expect the ILS-Z approach. Okay. So let's just make sure that's not wildly different from the RNAV-Z. So ILS-Z. Can we still use that approach? LRS-2. We will transition ADX. Glide slope on. So if I now go into, that's going to take us that way, which I think is all good. The only difference is when we get down to the runway, we'll be using the ILS system. So if we go to init, ref now, this will give us the navigation information we need. So we need to be on 110.9. It's really hard to see with that sun there. So 110.9, just about make it out. 1109 there. 1109 there. and what was it, 57 degrees on the course, 57 on the course here, 57 on the course here, and that means we'll be coming into land based on radio beacons. Starting again just to get a bit wobbly. See these rolling clouds. I don't know if this is what it's really like in real life, but you do see these indications that the air is unstable. Not sure what the difference is between A-ATIS and D-ATIS. Oh, arrivals and departures, of course. So we've got runway B, so we've got runway B, we've got information B, QNH 1014. We just have tower, yes, just have tower, don't have any approach. So we basically fly the arrival, and then as we turn onto final, we'll contact the tower. Transition level 70. Probably do have a little bit more time to talk about this. You've got different providers of air, of bleed air, which is literally, as it says, you bleed the air out of the engines. So we talked about cooling things down a bit. Recirculation fan, duct pressure is just the amount of pressure that we've got, air pressure going through the ducts. The left and the right, passenger air conditioning kits. You can also close the system so you can isolate one pack from the other. So let's say you've had a fire or you're getting fumes or smoke smell from one system, you can turn it off. Overheat test, should we do that? Didn't do anything, okay. Our final altitude was 37,000 feet, and you can now start to see that that valve is now starting to open up a little bit just to try and maintain that altitude. Our cabin altitude is back down here towards 8, which is much healthier, but our differential has gone up. The landing altitude is 50, and this is all just lights. Logo lights, position, strobe lights, anti-collision lights, the beacon, the flashing red beacon. Wing light is to shine a light onto the wing, the wing light is to shine a light onto the leading edge of the wings, so you can identify things like ice or damage, and the wheel well light allows ground crew to see in the wheel well. Okay, so we should, now that we're in cloud, there's top of descent. Go to progress, top of descent is in 6 miles. Things to expect, actually I'm going to just fly it. Things to expect is when we get to top of descent, fuel flow will start to reduce, which will mean that the EGNT reduces, the N1 and the N2 will start to reduce as well, and then we'll start to lose altitude. Now you can see we've got vertical profile here, so it looks like we've started our descent. Engine noise is reduced, fuel flows under a ton per side now, N2 is coming down, exhaust gas temperatures come right down, and our vertical path, the VNAV path, is actually about 150 feet above us, but that's fine, that's well within tolerance. So the required navigational performance is 400 feet vertically. Our actual navigational performance is 50 feet. This is how accurate our navigation systems is. Oh, you can see the rain outside. I'm not sure this is going to be a particularly nice landing, or a nice day to land at Majorca. So I'm going to turn off that. The flight, the autopilot is off. So I have got full control of the aircraft, which is terrifying. Leopard Tower is 118305. I'm just going to stick that back on just for a second. Just while I set this up. So Leopard Tower 118305. And then we'll leave it where it is for now. Then we'll do a radio call. Just wait until we get to Lores. Palma de Majorca traffic, Chanex 531, 10 miles north of Lores on the Lores 2 Romeo arrival for runway 06 left, descending through flight level 285 for flight level 70, Majorca. Okay, so let's get back to flying this thing just before we make that turn. Gorgeous, just sliding under these clouds. Talk amongst yourselves. Just concentrating on the magenta cross, trying to keep the nose centered on that, watching the vertical and the lateral deviations. So, don't see any enormous big black clouds over Majorca. There's the mountains that we'll start to fly across in just a moment. So, 21,000 feet. We've still got another flight restriction. We cannot go below 7,000 feet before... what's it called? One of the ones over there. So just need to bear that in mind. That's just going to keep us safe from those mountains. Rain. Awful when you're on a summer holiday. It rains. See those mountains up ahead? Let's keep out of those. So we've got a right-hand turn coming up. See those mountains again, peeking through the haze. Not a very nice day. Should have stayed in Newcastle. Just going to let that vertical path just come back to me a little bit. Or slow our descent a little bit there. The hull below a little bit of trim. We want to fully arrest the descent. I might need to. Here's that right turn. I have to arrest the descent. There's the mountains. Okay, so we're on the vertical profile now. So that bay down there is actually where we're going to go on a holiday fairly soon. This is the main reason why I'm doing this flight. That's cool. Get to see the aircraft coming in on their arrivals over the mountains. So I'm just going to make sure, yep, everything is joined up in the flight plan view. very nice to fly this. Actually, I think we may be on that lower bay, a bit further away. South of Alcudia. So, just as we're coming through 10,000 feet, I'm going to stick our lights on. I'm going to fasten the seatbelts, stick our logos on, turn on the wing lights, and get the APU going. Doing alright here. On the vertical profile, approximately on the lateral profile. Should start to be able to see the airport to our left hand side in just a moment. And then I'm going to get us down to 2,000 feet. Majorca traffic, Chanex 531, over the mountains to the north of the airfield, 12,000 feet, sorry, correction, flight level 120, switching to tower frequency now, Majorca. So if we now switch across to Majorca, probably get a transponder code, which is going to be slightly annoying to do. Let's just switch onto autopilot and auto throttle for now. Just while we do this. Information Bravo, Leper Tower. See if Bravo is still. Yep, Bravo. Majorca Tower, Chanex 531, checking in a little bit early, just with you. One 18305, yep. There's the airport with its massive runways. So there's 10,000 feet. Let's just check I've done everything that we need to. So lights are on. APU generator is on. Just leave that until we land. And I guess this person doesn't want to talk to me until I'm on approach, which is fair enough. So let's go back to flying because it's fun. Turn off the auto throttle. Stop the auto throttle light flashing at us. So that flight restriction. Okay, so ADX we've got 5,000 or above. And that's 10 miles away, so yeah, the aircraft's like, hang on, you don't need to descend just yet. Feed a bit more power in. So you get quite a nose up, bit of nose up momentum when you power up the engines because they're under the wings. So as they push forward, or I guess yeah, push forward, they kind of twist the wings upwards at the front. You just got to be very careful to manage that as you feed in the power. Been some nasty accidents where that hasn't been correctly managed. I think it was an Air Dubai aircraft. I've been told that the standard pressure is no longer appropriate, which is correct. Air Dubai trying to get into Rostov-on-Don, I think it was. Had to hold for hours and hours and hours in bad weather. Did one approach. Did a missed approach, did a go around, and didn't control that pitch and the nose went vertical pretty much. The aircraft stalled and then it just went straight down. Horrible footage of that from, I think there was a doorbell camera. Try not to think about that too much when we're doing this. It's all events like that do make aviation ultimately safer for everyone because people will be trained on those scenarios so they don't happen again. Tragic as it is at the time. A bit fast here, so if I pull the throttle back the nose should start to go down, which it is. Speed brakes out a bit because we are going way too fast. Speed brakes out, keep that nose quite high. Keep it higher than that. So I'm going to arm VOR lock. You can see it's in white on the flight mode annunciator. I'm going to switch off the flight path vector because that's actually just confusing me. I'm struggling to see my little dot. So we are under the glide slope. You can see the little white diamond just rolling in from the top down. So I can now go into approach mode. Gotta keep that nose up. Drop the speed brakes. Palma Tower, Chanex 531, final runway 06 left. Not getting anything from the tower. Palma Tower, Chanex 531. Chanex 531, request radio check. So we are far too high. I need to lose quite a lot of altitude here. Get the gear down. Try to add some drag. Should have noticed that we were going above the glide slope, but I didn't. It's far too quick.
Decision height.
Gear up.
Gear up.
Did not get clearance. Chanex 531 going missed. Gears up. None of my buttons are working. There we go. So I think missed approach altitude should be about 3,000 feet, I believe. Gears up. Don't have approach mode on. doesn't seem to be handling published missed approach things very well. But that's okay. That's okay. Let me just double check the audio is working on this. X-Pilot's just died on me. Got no autopilot. Okay, try and get better to maintain 3,000 feet. We'll go south of the airfield. We need a lot more power than that. Got no autopilot whatsoever. Turn off the approach hold, that's probably what's been confusing it. I'm gonna get VNav, LNav. Hit command. Okay, still having some issues with X-Pilot being dead. Okay, I need some situational awareness. That is not the published... Oh, so that's gone as well. Oh, right, we need to go to ADX. So, ADX... No, not ADX. MJV. MJV. Execute. And then we want to do arrival ILSZ 06 left, transiting MJV, transitioning MGV, and then we'll just make up our own arrival. Twelve 412. Sorry, just killing a process by its ID. Okay, so still over Majorca. Feels quite low. Connected to voice, so Leopard Tower is there. 118305. Palma Tower, Chanex 531.
Chanex 531, Palma Tower. Pass your pitch.
2500.
We've just gone missed approach. We couldn't get in contact with you on the arrival. I think it was my side. Direct Mike Juliet Victor, seeking arrival for 06 left.
Roger that. Yes, I saw you on the radar. I was trying to contact you, but I think you did not receive, right?
Yeah, I think the failure was on my side.
No problem. Chanex 531, you're number 2 in this moment.
Number 2, Chanex 531. So it looked like that's pilot crashed. Okay, we need to be better this time round with the glide slope.
Ryanair 4 Bravo Papa, Palma Tower, good morning. Ready to copy this clearance.
Not great weather though.
Ryanair 4 Bravo Papa, you're clear to destination Brussels via Galat 5 Romeo, runway 06 right.
Let's give us
initial
more
climb
Harvey,
6,000 feet, squawk
and
1000.
then top of descent there.
Ryanair 4 Bravo Papa, read back correct.
So I expect we'll get a heading shortly.
Ryanair 35 Echo Quebec, vacate runway via next convenient exit to your right and continue taxiing to stand 50 via North Link Gate Golf.
Second is the number and cons. Taxi November Link and what's next? 35 Echo Quebec.
Ryanair 35 Echo Quebec, it will be Gate Golf to your stand 50.
North.
Stand Golf 50, continue taxi via November Link and Golf, Ryanair 35 Echo Quebec.
Link Echo and Golf.
Ryanair 35 Echo Quebec, the gate will be Gate Golf, your stand is 50.
Ah, so the gates. What?
Confirm Gate Golf stand 50, Ryanair 35 Echo Quebec.
What does that mean?
Ryanair 35 Echo Quebec, affirm.
Roger, thank you.
So you've got north and south gates.
Palma Tower, Aeroscott 32 India Juliet, type Boeing 738, stand 5 forward, information Delta requesting crews to Luton, please.
There's the airport again. So look at X-Pilot was showing us information, it just wasn't transmitting radio, which is annoying, and then I've had to kill it.
Eurus 32 India Juliet Palma Tower, good morning. You're clear to destination Echo Golf Golf Whiskey via Galat 5 Romeo, runway 06 right, initial climb 6,000 feet, squawk 6210.
Still got loads of fuel, still got just under 7 tons of fuel.
Galat 5 Romeo departures.
Discontinuity.
6210 for Brayfart 52 India Juliet. Brave 32 India Juliet, read back correct.
So we're just going to maintain this heading for now. and then he will give me the turn. Oh, that boat's decided not to go to that port. Handbrake turn.
Ryanair 4 Bravo Papa, stand by. You have an arriving traffic to the next stand. I'll call you back in a minute.
So got a right turn. Now we'll be asked to intercept the localizer.
Ryanair 4 Bravo Papa, pushback and start up, approved facing south, giving way to the Boeing 737 Ryanair colors.
Okay, should get the turn now.
Palma Tower, you've got 32 and Juliet, stand 54, request push to start. Euroscope 32 India Juliet, you have traffic on your right is pushing back in this moment. I'm not sure you will be able to fit both on the taxiway. That's okay, yeah, just if you can call me back whenever I'm available to push, that'll be great, thank you. Euroscope 32 India Juliet, roger that, stand by, I'll call you back.
Here we go.
Eurowings 50 Alpha, stand 40, ready for push and stop. Eurowings 50 Alpha, pushback and start up, approve of facing east. Pushback and start up approved facing east, Eurowings 4, correction 50 Alpha.
Chanex 531. Are we waiting for you to give us the turn, or do you want us to call you on the final?
Chanex 531, you can report established on ILS runway 06 left.
We'll co-report ILS for runway 06 left. Okay, so it's up to us.
Chanex 531, sorry, but I'm not approach or control.
No problem at all. Thanks very much, Chanex 531. So we are going to turn to the right. He was right to clarify that, of course. Turn off the auto throttle.
Ryanair 4 Bravo Papa, if possible, expedite getting ready for taxi. You have a traffic waiting to push back.
And then what we'll do is we'll turn the localizer, capture. Try and maintain 3,000 feet for now. I'm going to want to get lower fairly soon, so let's reduce the power. Trade some of that speed for altitude. See the glide slope diamond, the white diamond to the right of the artificial horizon, now just sliding in from the top. And we've got the localizer white diamond from the left. So we want to capture the localizer first and then intercept the glide slope from below. But I think we're going to overshoot a little bit. We'll overshoot the localizer just a touch and we'll correct when we get around the corner. Probably could do with a few more degrees of bank here. And then I think we'll maintain 2200 until we intercept the glide slope The nose up when you the nose up moment is quite easy to handle, but it's noticeable, a lot more noticeable on this than I've seen before.
Ryanair 4 Bravo Papa, taxi to holding point Hotel 8 via Lima, Kilo, South.
Confusing me not being straight on.
Aeroscope 32 India Juliet, pushback and startup approval. Give way to the Boeing 3 Bravo 380 Mike, passing from your right to your left behind.
Register approved, we'll pass the Ryanair behind 32 India Juliet.
Ryanair 77 Lima, Palma Tower, ready to copy ATC clearance.
Affirm.
Ryanair 77 Lima, you're clear to destination Lima, India, Papa, Quebec via Morse 7 Echo, runway 06 right, initial climb 4,000 feet, squawk 6212.
Clear to Trieste North 7 Echo departure, initial climb 4,000 feet out of runway 6 right and this box 6212 Ryanair 77 Lima.
So as soon as we get established on both the localizer and the glide slope, we'll report fully established.
Eurowings 50 Alpha, ready for taxi. Eurowings 50 Alpha, taxi to holding point Hotel 8 via Victor, Gate Golf, Link and South. Eurowings 50 Alpha, Able, Hotel 6.
Okay, so we're on speed, on
Airwings 50
altitude,
Alpha,
just waiting for the glide slope to
in
come
that
in.
case, taxi to Hotel 6
On the localizer.
via Victor, Gate Golf, Link and South. Hotel 6 via Victor, Golf, Link and South.
So that's 10 miles,
Eurowings
so
50
just
Alpha.
add a bit of power just to get us there.
Ryanair 4 Bravo Papa, QNH 1013. Majorca Tower, good evening, Skipper, the one with the Concorde information that on board.
So here comes the glide slope.
Back there to JFK. Skipper 1 Palma Tower, you're clear to destination JFK via Esport 5 Romeo, runway 06 right, initial climb 6,000 feet, squawk 6213.
Okay, there's the glide slope, so we want to be
Clear to JFK via
reducing
runway
power,
06 right, Esport 5,
trying to get to around about 900 foot per minute descent rate.
62, correction 134, Skipper Concorde 1.
What I'll do is I'll just hit the approach button.
Feedback correct.
That will give us the right magenta cross. Chanex 531, fully established, ILS 06 left.
Chanex 531, wind 050 degrees, 08 knots, runway 06 left, clear for to land.
Runway 06 left, clear to land, Chanex 531. Going fast again. Way too fast. Get those speed brakes out. Too fast for... Too fast for the gear down. Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. This is way too fast.
Wings 50 Alpha, QNH 1013. QNH 1013,
Okay, I think I'm just going to land this.
Ryanair 4 Bravo Papa, ready for departure. Ryanair 4 Bravo Papa, sorry I did not get that, can you repeat? Runway 4 Bravo Papa,
Ah.
wind 05,
Oh dear.
08 knots, runway 06, right, clear for takeoff.
I blew some tyres. Okay, let's connect from there.
80 knots.
I think we might be stuck here. Let's quickly fix all systems. Fix everything. There we go. Whew. There you go. Yet another flawless Jet2 landing. Nobody knows anything else. Very wet. Have you seen the... This is new. This looks fantastic. Handbrake it into here. So yeah, speed control, not the best today. And I honestly don't have time for a go around today. So let's park 24. Oop, thought that would be a perpendicular parking thing. So I think what I'm going to do later on, if I get time, I'm going to take off from Majorca and try that landing again, because that was absolutely atrocious. My hat is off to all the real 737 pilots who can manage just how slippery this aircraft is. Does not lose speed very easily at all. You've got to be 10 steps ahead. So there we go, turn off the seatbelt sign and let these lovely people start their holiday. But that is a nice flight model. That might be my new favourite X-plane model. Very, very nice indeed. Even open the door from here. Nice. Good animations, good spool down effects. It's got it all. I open this as well. Very awkward. There we go. Yeah, sorry Jet2, I might have bent your plane a little bit. That is very nice. Okay, I hope to see you again with a slightly better outcome. I think I've said that a few times now. But I need to fly this a few times. But actually, that's a good idea. Why don't we do some circuits around Mallorca, Palma de Majorca, and I will learn how to land this bird properly before we head back up to Newcastle. Okay, that's all from me today. I'll see you soon.